Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for joining. I don't know whether I should wait for people or whether I should just get started right at 10 on the dot, but either way, thanks for being here. Feel free to type in the chat and say hi, just so that I know that I'm not like talking to like no one. Also, let me know if my mic is good. Like, is my mic, like, can you hear me? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? Because I literally have no idea. I can't hear what you're hearing, so just let me know. Also, apologies for my chipped nail polish. It literally is not coming off even with remover. Um, I don't know why I do this to myself. I just like the idea of having nice hands, but because I'm someone who works with my hands all the time, they're never gonna be nice. So I don't know why I even bother. But yeah, hence the chip nail polish. Oh, whoa, my camera is getting a little weird. Give me a second. Okay, okay, there. Perfect. Yay! Okay, good. So I'm just gonna wait for people to trickle in, maybe, or like, yeah, maybe I'll do that. I literally had to like close all the blinds and everything, but honestly, it's fine. It's just because there's like today, like the street outside my house is like super it can get super noisy. So I had to close the blinds, shut the window, and then close the curtains on top of the blinds so that there would be as little noise as possible. And also, that's why I picked Sunday to do this because Sunday is like the most, it's the quietest day. Kids aren't going to school, people aren't going to work. I mean, like most people aren't, like if you're working like a 9 to 5. So, yeah. Let's see, let's see. I'll just wait for a few more minutes to let people trickle in. Because the plan today is simple. Today is my very first punch along. Yay! Hopefully, it's one of many more. Um, but I had a couple reasons for doing this. But since this is my very first punch along, I wanted to just thank my viewers and thank everyone who shows up by sharing a free pattern. And this is it. This is Flower Face. This is my free punch needle pattern. Um, it's 7 by 7 inches. You can print it out on a piece of A4 or letter-sized paper. It's pretty, I wouldn't say it's super simple, but it's not super complicated either. It's kind of somewhere in the middle, which I think for people who've been watching my stream for watching my videos for like a long time, um, I think they're familiar with the basics of punch needle, but I didn't want to dive into a project that was super big and super scary. Oh, hi. Hello. It's nice to have my first chatter. Um, Good to see that you're an avid punch needler. Um, there are there aren't many of us, but the number is growing. Like when I tell like at most of the rug hooking guilds that I go to, um, like 75%, or actually I'd say like 85% of the people that I meet are rug hookers, and then only some do punch needles. So it's nice to see more punch needlers. Oh, you're crocheting a sweater. That's awesome. I love I love that. That's so good. Yeah, honestly, it's better to do it now rather than later because it is getting chillier by the day. I have to close my windows at night because it just gets too cold, and that's that is out of the ordinary for me because I love a nice breeze at night while I'm sleeping. So, the fact that I have to do that means that it's getting chilly pretty quickly. But either way, thank you for being here. Um, I was just saying that this is the free pattern that I've shared with all of my subscribers and the people that watch me, just as a thank you for supporting me for it's been over 2 years now since I've started this channel. So I felt a sense of I felt a sense of a gratitude, and I wanted to share that. But yeah, feel free to just stick around, do whatever you want, whether you want to punch along with me, if you want to punch your own pattern, if you want to do another fiber craft. This is just supposed to be super chill, super like just a low key stream. Even though I do have quite a few announcements that I want to make, and plus I have a giveaway because I am giving away a brand new Oxford 10 regular punch needle to a lucky subscriber. So that'll be exciting. Either way, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get started. Um, so the pattern that I've created, flower face, is like I said before, you can print it out on a piece of letter sized paper or A4, and you can trace it onto your monk's cloth. So you can either do this by taping it onto a window and then taping your monk's cloth on top, or if you have like a light table, you can put this on top of the light table and then put your monk's cloth on top. So this is, I'll kind of just like demo it like this. Like basically it would be like this. Pretend this is a light table or a window. Paper pattern goes underneath, monk's cloth goes on top. And this is a 15 by 15-inch piece of monk's cloth. Um, you can use whatever size you want. I just think this is a good size because it gives people um, a good amount of safe space around the sides so that you can properly do your hemming and whatnot. But yeah, this is 15 by 15 inches. But as you can see, I've already pre-traced my pattern onto my monk's cloth here. The way I did it was basically just, I have a glass coffee table at my house, and so I put a light underneath the glass coffee table, and then I put the paper pattern on top of the glass coffee table, and then I put the monk's cloth on top of the paper pattern. A lot of layers. Hello everyone. Thanks for joining. Um, Thank you so much for the compliments on my pattern. I really appreciate it. I hope you could see where I got the flower face name from. Kind of looks like a face. Um, but yeah, uh, thanks for joining. I was just saying my method for tracing my pattern onto my monk's cloth. As you can see, I've already done it. If you haven't done it already, you can go do that right now. Um, but I'm just going to continue with the next part of our punch along, which is getting our pattern onto our gripper frame. This is a 10 by 10-inch gripper frame from the Oxford company. I don't know if you can see the logo right there. Um, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stretch this pattern onto my gripper frame. So I'm gonna take this cover off. As you can see, it's gotten really, it's gotten so dirty, and I don't even do anything. I just I just take it out of my closet and I punch with it and then I put it back and then it's still so dirty. And I haven't thrown it in the wash yet because I'm lazy. One day I'll do that. One day. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, if you want to download Flower Face, but you haven't already, if you type exclamation pattern into the chat, it'll send you a link to get the pattern for free. So if you want to try that out, you can. Um, Otherwise, it is also in the description of this live stream, so you can go check that out. But what we're going to do is we are going to stretch this pattern onto our gripper frame. This is a 10 by 10 inch gripper frame, by the way. Did I mention that already? Maybe I did. Oh, perfect, it's working. The command is working. So yeah, if you type in exclamation point pattern, it'll direct you to the link to get it. Isn't technology fun? So I've centered my pattern onto my monk's cloth here, as you can see. And so what we're going to do is we are going to start up here with the upper side of the upper corners of our gripper frame here. So you can see the corners. And we're just going to stretch really, really hard. Just like that. And we're going to rotate it, do the same thing again. And as you can see right now, this pattern is, it's not straight, it's crooked. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to show you here. I'm holding the gripper frame with my thumb here just to have something to like, I guess lean on, and then I'm just stretching my fabric out like this. You can even hold it like, you can hold one hand on the other side and then just stretch it out like that. People always ask me, like whenever I'm like demonstrating punch needle and people are doing punch needle themselves, they um they keep asking me whether their frame is tight enough, and 99% of the time it's not. Your frame is never tight enough. As you can see, this is a great example. Like I don't know if you can see this. You could see that there's like it's not completely tight. Like there's still soft spots around the edges here. So we know that we still have to stretch a lot more to get the tightness that we want. So, and I should say that it's not as relevant for a piece like this because it's smaller. But let's say you're working on like a big rug or you're working on something with like a unique shape, like a circle rug or whatever. You want to make sure that gripper frame is your fabric is super tight on your gripper frame. Otherwise, your shape could get warped, your stitches could be like messy. It could just create a lot of problems. When I was creating my when I was punching my punch needle certification rug, so much of my time was spent just properly stretching out my rug every time I moved it because I was terrified that the shape would get warped, and it was a rectangle, so it was very unlikely to get super duper warped, but I was still so paranoid about it getting messed up and the stitches all falling apart. So I spent so much time doing it. So let's get this. Okay, it's getting a little bit too warped on one side. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to adjust it a little bit like this and then stretch it out again. I think that's fine. In my videos, I always fast forward over this stuff so no one sees it. And so people are probably so confused, like, why is it taking her so long? The delusion, the illusion of media. Okay, so I think we're almost there. Almost exactly where we want to be. Okay, just a little more. The place where your fabric tends to get the most saggy is at the corners here. So you might have to do a little bit more stretching to get it nice and tight. Okay, this this is good. We can work with this. So, yeah, it does take long to adjust, especially with it's not necessarily an Oxford frame, just any type of gripper strip frame will take a while to get on, but I definitely prefer it over a carpet tack frame because carpet tacks are sharp. They are so sharp. But let me get this cover on my frame. There we go. There we go. Oh, you've been using the plastic ones? I have never tried the plastic ones actually. I've tried plastic hoops before, and I like them quite a bit, especially like the Morgan's hoops. But never tried any of the DMC hoops or anything like that. It's definitely it can be like a matter of just personal preference, but generally I like these the best. Okay, so we have gotten our pattern onto our gripper frame. Yay. Let's go through some of the tools and materials that we're going to use for this project. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine spending all of that money. That's a lot of money. A few hundred euros, that's a lot. I'm doing the mental conversion to Canadian dollars, and my wallet is crying for you. Honestly, I do like DMC. Like I love their embroidery floss, and I think they do like a general good job for kits. Um, I definitely want to try out some of their punch needle kits and do a review on them for this channel. I just haven't gotten my hands on one yet, on any of them. Um, but yeah, definitely I want to give them a try. And yeah, you can also DIY your own frame. Um, a lot of people will do this. It's honestly cheaper than getting a gripper frame. All you need is like the wood and then strips and then like a staple gun. So it's definitely like an option. There's a lot of great tutorials on YouTube for how to do that. So, I mean, that's also an option. To each their own. Beware of the DMC punch needle cloth. Oh no. I haven't even seen it yet and I'm already worried. That's Oh, that sucks. Like, I wish I wish big companies did a better job at like making kits that were like good. They would make a lot more money if they actually did their research. Um, but anyways, let's get into some of the tools and materials that we need for this project, um, for this punch along. So first, we have an Oxford 10 punch needle. This one's my special one. It has Oxford certified instructor on it. Yes, this is me flexing. I'm sorry. Braggers gotta brag sometimes. But besides the besides the engraving, this is just a regular Oxford 10 punch needle. As you can see, it has the 10 here. Takes weight 6 rug yarn or 2 strands of worsted weight yarn. So we've got our Oxford 10. And then next we have our yarns. So I'm just going to read over some of the exact yarn amounts that I gave out in my pattern. But we have purple here. So all the yarns that I have are Briggs and Little. So this is Briggs and Little Violet. Um, and in my pattern, I list 16 grams, more or less, depending on what needle you use, how big you want to make the pattern. 16 grams of purple. And then I've got Briggs and Little Yellow, 14 grams. And then I've got light blue, which is 40 grams. Hopefully I have enough of this. I don't know. We shall see. And then 8 grams of Briggs and Little White. And this is a lot more than 8 grams, but I am too lazy to just set out exactly 8 grams. So we have my whole cake of white yarn here. Also, the DMC monk's cloth, it might be Swedish weaving monk's cloth because sometimes monk's cloth could either be like punch needle monk's cloth or it could be like Swedish weaving monk's cloth, which has bigger holes. So it might be that. Who knows? I haven't tried the kit out for myself, so I have no idea. But anyways, the other miscellaneous tools that you'll need are scissors. I've got these nice pointy ones here, and I don't normally use this, but for the purposes of this punch along, I'm gonna show this stitch gauge, or I'm gonna use the stitch gauge. This is pretty nice. This is an Oxford company stitch gauge. It's made out of wood. It gives the stitch spacing amounts for rag yarn or bulky yarn as well as fine yarns. And it also has a little ruler on the side, which is really nice for measuring or for hemming and just other things that are just other steps that we do in punch needle. You don't have to get this. It's kind of it's kind of very extra for me to have this, but if you even just have like a piece of paper and you cut out a 1 by 1 inch square, like that's enough. Oh, but yeah, thanks for the congrats. It's been a year at this point, like exactly a year um that I passed my certification. Rather than using it for teaching, I've been using it for kind of just YouTube teaching and showing people some of the possibilities that can be done with this craft because there are so many, you can do so much with this craft, and I love punch needle so much and I want to preserve it. So that's what I've been doing with my certification, but I do want to get into more like in-person teaching, but I don't think that'll happen for a while. But anyways, let's get started on punching, shall we? I'm gonna put on some music just because this feels a little bit awkward with me just not, just me talking in silence. So I'm gonna just put on some music. Uh, I don't know if you can hear that. I hope you can hear that. But yes, you are right. A paper gauge does come with all needles, um, at least for the Oxfords, and you'll be able to see that when I do my giveaway. I'm gonna show you a kind of, we'll do a little unboxing together. And these are Briggs and Little yarns. So Briggs and Little is a Canadian wool mill right out of New Brunswick, which is on the eastern side of Canada. So like by the ocean, and they have a the wool mill there is over 100 years old. It's Canada's oldest wool mill, and it's family run, and they make beautiful yarns. A lot of a lot of knitters and crocheters are iffy on them because they're like the wool is like unprocessed, so it can be a little bit scratchy, but it's perfect, absolutely perfect for things like weaving and rug hooking and punch needle because it's a really, really durable and strong yarn, and I love it. It's great, and I feel really good about supporting a Canadian business, so I love Briggs & Little. So yeah, all of these are from Briggs & Little. This is violet, yellow, light blue, and then white. So why don't we get started? So I'm gonna start off by threading. So I'm just gonna a lot of people already know these steps, but I figured I might just show them so that everyone's on the same page. But threading an Oxford punch needle is super easy. All you have to do is go through the hole here at the top, and then insert your yarn into the channel here, and then wiggle it around into place. You can keep however long of a tail you want. I personally just love like a small tail because I don't like wasting yarn. But yeah, let's get started. So I'm just gonna take some slack out of my yarn here, and basically there's just 3 things that you need to know in punch needle. I'm gonna demonstrate them right here on the side so that everyone's familiar with them. But first, I'm going to answer your question. This is Briggs & Little Super. So Super is their it's their bulky rug yarn line. That I know they have another bulky rug yarn. They have another bulky line, but it's like a wool nylon blend. But this one is 100% wool, so definitely this is the one that I go with. I'll put it in chat just so that you can see. Briggs & Little Super. That's the one that I use. But yeah. Anyways, let's start punching. There's only 3 things you need to know when you're punch needling, and the first thing is you want to go all the way in with your needle. So all the way in. You can't see any of the metal. And then the next thing is you just want to graze your needle over the monk's cloth when you're making a stitch. You don't want to lift up super high, otherwise your yarn is just going to fall out. So go all the way in and then just graze over the next time you want to make a stitch. Just like that. And then the final thing that I want to say is keep the channel in the direction you're punching. So if you're punching to the left, keep your channel to the left. If you're punching straight up, keep your channel up. But yeah, that's all you need to know. Punch needle with the right tools and materials is quite easy to pick up. I'm a firm believer in the fact that anyone can punch. You don't have to be creative or good at other fiber crafts. You just need to know a few simple steps and you'll be on your way. So what we're going to do is we are going to do the border of this pattern first. So that's going to be 2 rows of stem stitch. So we're going to start off somewhere in the middle here, because if we start off in the corner and we clip the ends of our yarn, everyone will see where we started and stopped, which is not like functionality wise, it's not a problem. It's just a problem for visuals because you want you want the ends of your yarn to kind of just blend in with the piece. So what we're going to do is just start somewhere in the middle. I'm going to say we start right here. And for stem stitch, just remember all of those rules that I taught you, but instead of keeping your needle in the direction that you're punching, you want to turn it 90 degrees to the left. So you want to start off like this. And for stem stitch, we are going to punch 6 stitches per inch. So the way that I like to describe it to newer punchers is go in every other hole. So that's what we're going to do. So just like that. Nice and simple. And let's say you're punching and you're worried about your gauge being incorrect. We can pick up our stitch gauge here. And so as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 stitches per inch. We are within gauge. This is good. So we can just keep going. As you can see, we have one little stitch left here, so we're just going to punch right into the next hole. That is totally fine. And so we're going to turn now, and we're going to turn 90 degrees to the left because we are doing the stem stitch. So let's keep going. I think my music turned off. Hold on. Give me a second while I... There we go. Perfect. Let's continue. So we're going to do the same thing again. Turn our needle 90 degrees to the left. That is so interesting. I didn't know that Brazilian creators don't really mention stitches per inch. Huh. Well, I'm glad that you know now. it's not a thing that's set in stone. Like there's never, I always say that there's no rules in punch needle because it's art. You can do it however you want, but this is kind of like just like a standard that some of us, a recommended standard that we go by for punch needle rug hooking in particular. I didn't know that there were many Brazilian punch needle creators, because sometimes I do research on like other punch needle creators just to see what other people in the community are doing, and I never see any, which is unfortunate. I would love to watch some more punch needle creators from all over the world. Do I speak Portuguese? Absolutely not. But I'm sure the visuals would help me figure it out. Cool, I've never heard of her before. Or them, I don't know who they are, but I'm assuming that person is a her. I'll definitely check her out. It also might be that it might be a different style of punch needle where you're working from, like, your finished part is on this side rather than the back, so perhaps your stitch spacing might be a little bit irrelevant. Like if you're just working from flat stitches instead of loop stitches. But for punch needle rug hooking, I guess it's because it's like historically like a North American craft, you will find that most of the people that are doing content on this are from English-speaking countries, like either the US or Canada, which is where I'm from. Okay, and then we've got one more. 1.5 more sides left. Punch needle is slowly getting popular here, but few people punch for more than 3 months. They punch for money. That's funny. Hey, honestly, me too. You know what? I also started on Domestika. I took a class by a fellow Oxford instructor. Her name is Micah Closper-Torch, and she did a little class on punch needle accessories, and I remember that she was one of the people that talked about stitch spacing. I learned from her and Amy Oxford's book, and Amy Oxford's YouTube videos. But I was horrible at the start. Like, I discovered punch needle in 2021 on TikTok, and I discovered it because people were making things like coasters and whatever. But looking back, like all of the techniques that they were using were definitely not techniques that I would share myself to people that are punching for the first time. But because their accounts got so big, everyone thinks that those are the right techniques to use. So it's kind of frustrating when you when you're like teaching people, and then they're like, well, on TikTok I saw this, and I'm like, guys, you can't be like this. I love Amy's tutorials. She's our Bob Ross. She is our Bob Ross. She's Amy's really cool. Like we've been on Zoom calls together. I obviously know that she exists. She knows that I exist because I'm the youngest Oxford certified instructor, and so you know when I got certified, the news kind of went around to her. So we know each other, or at least we know of each other. But I've only been the only time we've interacted was Zoom calls, and she's just so she's so cool. She's so cool and she's so interesting. But yeah, Rose Perlman is also good. I saw her mentioned in chat. She has a really cool book out on punch needling that I've flipped through. It was at my local library. But yes. I think all Oxford certified instructors are pretty great. But yes, I am the youngest. I'm the youngest certified instructor. For those of you that don't know, I'm 25, and I got certified last year when I was 24. And this went around to Amy because my Oxford teaching instructor, Simone, she told me that Amy started punching when she was 25, and so I started punching even before Amy did at her age. So the fact that I did that kind of spread around a little bit, and it ended up to Amy herself, which is really funny. It was never my intention to be the youngest. I just wanted to do this because I started punching in 2021, and after 3-ish years, 2.5 years of doing it, I felt confident enough to actually turn this into like a career path. So that's when I started doing it. But yeah, thanks everyone. Okay, what I'm gonna do, so what we're gonna do next is punch our second row of the stem stitch. So we're gonna skip a row of holes here, and then we're gonna go to the next row right there. So I'm gonna start just in a random spot, somewhere in the middle, and we're gonna do the same thing that we did, just going around with the stem stitch. Oh my god, 25 club, yay! 2000s babies, 2000 babies, or late 1999. I always say 2000 is the best year to be born in because you will never ever forget how old you are. All you need to do is look at a calendar. And if it's past your birthday, then you are the last 2 digits of that year. And if your birthday hasn't passed, you are the 1 year younger than the calendar age. That's true, 46 years young. Youth only dies when you believe it does. Running a punch needle channel is super cool because, as everyone can see from the chat, we have a wide range of viewers, a very diverse range. And it's great because honestly, like, the goal is, I just want everyone who wants to learn this craft, I want them to learn this craft. It doesn't matter how old you are. You can literally be like, you can be whatever age and you can still start punching. Like, never let your age limit you from doing things that you want to do, is what I'll say. Yeah, mulesing is banned in Canada, so feel free to purchase without conscience free. The only thing about Briggs & Little that I'll say is that because they are such a small mill, family-owned, like, they only have a few employees, they don't have a super large range of colors that they do. Like, if you want like a very, like, specific shade of, like, pink, let's say, like, they only have 2 shades of pink, so it's a disadvantage, like, color-wise, like, they don't do as much. But if you know how to dye yarn, or you know someone who can dye yarn, you could just buy, like, white yarn, like a bunch of it, and then either do it yourself or get it dyed for you. Me too, I love the craft community. It's so chill. Like, people just want to support each other. And you know people are here because they genuinely enjoy the craft that they do. They're not just here to, like, take your money. Will I have enough purple yarn? Oh no. We'll find out. I might have just enough for this project. I first picked up a punch needle over 10 years ago, stopped as things got busy, and restarted about a year ago, and I'm so glad I got back into it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to hear that. I hope this punch along is helping with. I don't know what it's supposed to help with, but I hope you're having fun. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that everyone likes my channel. Okay, we're almost done. There's definitely something, there is something definitely very therapeutic and meditative about punch needle. It's really satisfying just watching the stitches, just your needle go in and out of the fabric and the stitches forming. It's quite nice. And we are almost done. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna cut my yarn off right super close, and we are going to push it right into the hole that we started in. So, shall we take a look at the front? So, as you can see, look at those stitches. Look at those stitches. Look at how perfectly tubular they are. Tubular and straight. Perfect for a border of a piece. Perfect for the stem of a flower or a leaf, hence why it's called the stem stitch. Try experimenting with it with a bunch of different things. You might be surprised with the results. So what we'll do is we shall cut these ends of yarn. I want to do this as we go along, otherwise we're going to have to do it all at the end, and that's going to be really annoying. So we've got our ends here. And we shall continue. Actually, first, should I make an announcement? I know I had a couple of announcements that I wanted to make. Should I make one now, or should we wait? Someone in chat, tell me what to do. Oh, the loop height for this, it is it's an Oxford 10. I'm trying to remember what the loop height is for this. I don't have the loop heights memorized. Give me a second, let me take a look. The Oxford 10 makes a 1/4 inch loops. So, yeah, quite small. I love the 10 though. The 10 is the first punch needle that I got. Actually, it's 2 were my first punch needles. When I first started punching with the Oxford needles, I got a 10 regular and a 14 fine. These were the needles that Amy Oxford herself recommended because they're the most versatile. And she said that if you buy these and you discover you like punching, you can get the other ones. And if you don't like it, you can just sell these off. But the 10 and the 14 were 2 that I started with. I think 10 is great. It's versatile. It's good to save yarn, like what's being said in chat. It's good for rugs. And then the 14 fine is it's great for like details, smaller pieces. If you're into coasters, I'm not into coasters personally, but if you are into coasters, the 14 fine is great. The 14 fine is actually Amy's favorite punch needle. So that's a fun fact of the day. But why not, let's make our announcement right now because I do have it in my notes here, but I might forget, so let's just make that announcement right now. I need a change of music. Hold on. Give me a second. I need okay. So, my announcement is, so everyone here knows that I'm doing this punch along as a thank you to all of my viewers. And this punch along is kind of a big milestone because, well, I am officially a YouTube partner. Actually, this is the music. This is the music. Yay! So yes, I am officially a YouTube partner. What this means is that I can officially start making money off of YouTube, which is really, really exciting. I didn't think this would happen. It's been a long time coming. It's been over 2 years of me punching and just making content, so I didn't think this would happen, but it's happened. I'm so happy. Thank you so much for watching my videos and tuning in for the past 2 years. So as a YouTube partner, now I can officially do things like super chats, and super thanks. So if you see in the chat box, there is like a little $ thing if you want to send a super sticker or a super chat, you can. I'm gonna just say this right now. Do not spend money beyond your means. You do not have to do this. Just watching my videos is more than enough. But if you would like to, you can send a super chat. What I'm going to say is that if you do, the best way to do it is on your computer rather than on mobile, because either Apple or Android will cut off money from what you donate. So that's kind of super annoying. So if you want to do that, you can. There's a little icon in the chat box if you want to. Like I said before, do not spend beyond your means, because I don't want you to do that. So yeah, that was one of the big announcements that I wanted to make, which is super cool and super exciting. So thanks everyone for your support. I'm reading everyone's messages in the chat. I really appreciate it. What I'm going to say is that I'm still not fully monetized yet. So if you guys get ads on my videos, or so if you get ads before my videos or ads during my videos or after that, I don't make any money off of that. YouTube still makes money off of that. I still have a few more hours until I can officially make money off of ad revenue. So the best way to support me is by watching my videos, like watching them, rewatching them, and watching my live streams. That's the best way you can support me. So please don't spend money if it's not feasible for you. If you want to support me, the best thing that you can do is watch my videos and my live streams and rewatch them. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the €5. Thank you so much. I never expected to get a donation. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like I said, the best. I'm so grateful, and I'm grateful to everyone who just watches me. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, if you want to help me but you don't have the money, just watch my videos. After this live stream ends, just watch all of my videos. That's the best way you can help me. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. But let's continue. I do have a few more other announcements that I want to make, but it makes it makes more sense to do a bit more punching and then we can continue. So let's do that. I love how I turned on the music and then immediately like muted it because it was getting too distracting. I love that for me. Okay, let me find where I was. Let me find that other track that I was listening to. Okay. There we go. Thank you, thank you. But yes, let's continue. We might as well just use up we might as well just get over with using the purple. So what I'm gonna do is use up the purple and then fill in the flowers. So let's do that. What should we start with? Let's start with this one. So we want to go, again, 6 stitches per inch for the outline here, and then we can fill it in with 4 stitches per inch. And because we're not punching in a straight line here, we might not get like the exact spacing. That's just fine. Like you can go by your instincts. You can use your stitch gauge. You can use your stitch gauge if you're having trouble. But yeah, so as you can see, we're just filling in the stitches, the inside with like bigger stitches. So we're done with that. And then we're gonna do these two and then these two. I think we have enough yarn. I'm not 100% sure, but going off of my predictions, I think we have enough. We have to, I think I might have to start punching a little faster because it took us an hour for me to just punch the two outline rows, when normally I punch a lot faster than that off stream. So there we go. Also, if I'm going too fast or too slow, and you're worried you're not going to catch everything that I do, don't worry about it. This stream will be available after I finish it. Like, it'll be available on my channel. So when you go to my channel and you go under live, it'll be there as it'll have a recording of the entire stream there. So do not worry if you're afraid of missing out. You'll also catch the few moments at the beginning when I was like trying to figure out what to say because no one was here yet. So there you go. So we've done these 3, and then we have this left. What I might also do is make a clip the live stream and make like a super condensed video of the instructions for how to punch this pattern, and then voice over it, and then add it and make it into like a video for the channel. I might do that as well, just so people who want to skip me yapping about random stuff can do that. But if you enjoy my yapping, it'll also be, you'll also have the live video. Oh yeah, we'll have enough. We'll have enough. For sure. Oops. I'm gonna just punch these in. That's my favorite part of punch needle, what you just saw, is if I mess up, I could just take my stitches out and then repunch the areas I want to repunch. Super easy. There we go. As you can see, we have a couple of holidays here, but that's fine. Go. I got my frame and cover from the Oxford company, and I think they're both great. I use them all the time. I didn't get it directly from them in Vermont. I got it from a Canadian distributor who sells them. So, yeah, that's my answer to your question. The specific person that I got it from was hooking outside the lines, and they are wonderful. They're great. Honestly, the best place to get Oxford tools and supplies from the Oxford company is your an instructor or wholesaler near you. So definitely look on the Oxford company's website, or just search up Oxford punch needle in your nearest town or city, and you can get it from there. And look guys, we had enough to fill in all the purples, and we still have this much purple yarn left. We won yarn chicken. Great. But yeah, I have the 10 by 10 inch Oxford frame here. So if you're wondering the specific frame that I bought, that is it. There we go. So let's take a look at the front. Yeah, looks good. So instead of clipping these, maybe I'm gonna wait until I fill them in. Actually, I can clip this. I can clip the middle ones here. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. And then these edge little ends here, I'm gonna wait until I fill the until I outline them. I wish there were Oxford needles, Oxford resellers in Brazil. The tools are very expensive. Oh, I bet because of the currency difference. I'm sorry. Hopefully, maybe, fingers crossed, you might win the giveaway today, and you'll get an Oxford punch needle. But no promises, it's completely random. Use what's within your means. I'm never gonna tell you to buy something that's more expensive if you can't, like, if it's not within your, like, means. Okay, so we are going to start with, we're going to move on to the yellow. So these flowers right here, all of these are yellow. So let's go ahead and get started with that. Again, I'm outlining these with 6 stitches per inch, and then we're going to fill them in with 4 stitches per inch. Go. This is fine. go. Perfect. Let me change the music up a little bit. New music. Yay. Yes, definitely check out Hooking Outside the Lines. Robin, the person who runs the company, is also an Oxford certified instructor. She's actually an advanced Oxford certified instructor, so she teaches people to be Oxford certified instructors. She's great. And if you were there in April for the for International Punch Needle Rug Hooking Day, for the punch along there, she was the ambassador for that event, so she made that pattern. So if you were able to, oh. Hopefully that's better. Is that better? Oop. Oh no. I think this is better. Okay, good. I can never tell because I can't hear it from the viewer side. I can only hear it from my side, and it sounds normal. So that helps. Thank you. But I was saying that if you were there in April for International Punch Needle Rug Hooking Day for the punch along, Robin was the ambassador for that event, so she made that pattern for International Punch Needle Rug Hooking Day. It was called the Ripple Effect. I made a video on my channel about punching the pattern. It's a great pattern. So you might have already been familiar with her, even if you didn't know Hooking Outside the Lines. Hello, welcome. We are just working on the yellow flowers here for our pattern. Glad you can join us. Also, sorry to everyone in the chat if I'm talking super fast or I'm rambling. It's been a while since I've live streamed. You don't see this in my videos because they're all perfectly edited and like condensed to only have the necessary information. But I'm a big rambler. My friends keep telling me that that's like why I do well in live streaming, because you have to constantly be talking, like, if you do live streaming, so maybe it'll work to my advantage. But again, hello. Welcome. I think that's fine. So let's punch all of these ends in, push them to the other side. Rambling is good, keeps chat engaged. I'm glad. You know, the funny story is that I actually got monetized back in August, like over a month ago, but you're not rambling, you're emceeing. That makes me sound like a rapper. I like it. But anyways, I was saying that I actually got monetized back in August, like over a month ago, but thanks everyone. But I couldn't do like a live stream or a celebration then because I went on a huge family trip to the east coast of Canada, so New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI. So for all of my non-Canadians here, those are all of the provinces that are directly on the Atlantic Ocean, so the Maritimes, and so we went there for 2 weeks. And for those of you that don't know anything about the Maritimes, that is like the birth of like rug making in Canada. That's where Briggs and Little wool mill is located, where this yarn comes from. There's just a big rug making community there for rug hooking and punch needle. And I need to tell you guys, and you guys need to know my devastation. My devastation is so, it was the most devastating experience ever, because we went for 2 weeks to Eastern Canada, to all of these places, to the home of rug making, to the home of rug hooking and punch needle in Canada, and I didn't get to go to a single thing related to it. I didn't get to go to a single yarn store. I didn't go to a single wool mill. I didn't go anywhere related to that, and I was devastated because, and let me tell you why I didn't go. Well, this family trip involved like 14 people. There were 14 people on this trip. So unfortunately, we all had to operate like a bee colony, like a hive mind, where we had to all go to the same places and none of us could just like hang out and chill. And I was devastated. And the funny thing is that out of everyone on that trip, I was the only one who has actually been to the East Coast before. So like I already saw all of the tourist things. I already went to all of the tourist sites, but I had to go see them all over again because none of the other people in the group had been to the East Coast. It was still like pretty fun. We were able to go see the Anne of Green Gables house, which was my favorite part of the entire trip. We went to like a bunch of different beaches, saw a lot of cool things. But yeah, I was upset because I was like, maybe it's okay that I don't do any monetization stuff in August, because I'll go on this trip, I'll go vlog it, and I'll go to a bunch of yarn stores and show everyone, all of my viewers, all the things that I did and all the punch needle and rug hooking stuff that I bought, and I didn't buy anything. I couldn't get anything because we didn't go. I just remember just passing by all of these things on the highway and just crying inside because I wanted to go there. But yeah, that's what happened. That's why I didn't that's why I didn't that's why I didn't post for all of August besides one short. And that's why it took me so long to do this stream. So, just some insider info for all of you. But PEI is beautiful. I love PEI. It's like it's like a magical place. I love PEI so much. Nova Scotia is also super duper nice. We went on the Cape Breton Trail, which is like a big we didn't go on the trail itself because there's a fire ban and a hiking ban, but we went on the highway and we went like through the Cape Breton Trail, but it was nice. Oh, it's PEI, Prince Edward Island. See, this is my problem. I talk too fast and then no one gets what I'm saying. Yeah, so it's PEI and it stands for Prince Edward Island. It's a province in Canada. I'm gonna type it in chat just so everyone sees. But yeah, I liked it a lot. That was like my favorite part of the going there was my favorite part of the trip. Just because I'm a big fan of Anne of Green Gables, but that's just me. That was like my one thing for this trip. I insisted that we go to the Anne of Green Gables house. I was telling everyone on the trip, I was like, what's the point of coming to PEI if we're not gonna go do like Anne of Green Gables things? I was like, there's no point. So we went, and that was the most I smiled on the entire trip. My face hurt afterwards from smiling so much. But Nova Scotia was also nice. Like I said, we went on the Cape Breton Highway, and it was really cool to see like the mountains and stuff like that. We went to Halifax, we went to Lunenburg, we went to the Bay of Fundy. I mean, I'd already seen like most of those places. Oops, sorry. Excuse me. I'd already been to most of those places already, but it was cool seeing them again. Yeah, Anne of Green Gables is like one of the most famous children's books to come out of Canada, and it's set in Prince Edward Island. That's why that's one of the main reasons people go there, is to see like is to visit like the touristy things related to that. But yeah. What I'll say about the trip was that it was a very long drive. The drive was so long. It was like It was like 10 hours to get from where we were to New Brunswick. Oh, you lived in Canada for a year in 2023. That's awesome. Where'd you live? I have a few guesses just based on where the... Oh! I love that. Ottawa is wonderful. There is a lot of nature. And yes, very expensive and very cold. You do not want to be in Ottawa for an Ottawa winter. That's all I'll say. Yeah, Ottawa is just beautiful. There's a lot of nature here. A lot to see, a lot to do. Even though people who come from bigger metropolitan places say that most of Canada is pretty quiet. Tulip Festival is great too. Yeah, Montreal is definitely a fan favorite. All of the Europeans that I've met say that Montreal is their favorite. It reminds them most of home, which is very fair. My biggest problem with Montreal is the traffic. I cannot handle it. French is not a problem for me. That's the biggest problem most people have with Montreal is that they have to deal with everything in French. But for me, French isn't the problem, it's the traffic. I can't deal with the traffic. Yeah, Toronto's also great. Yeah, flights can be very expensive. In Canada, flights are very, very expensive. I know things are a lot cheaper now because a lot of people do not want to go to the States right now. A lot of Canadians are not going to the States right now, I should say, myself included. So definitely like I think inter-province flying has gotten a little bit cheaper. A little bit, but I don't know. The best Chinese food I had outside of China was in Ottawa. That's so good to know. I would have never guessed that to be the home of Chinese food in Canada. I would have expected it to be Toronto, maybe Vancouver. But who knows? Here's one thing I'll say about Ottawa. Once you spend a Christmas in Ottawa, for me, like nowhere else feels as Christmassy as it does there. I should say that for all of Canada as well. Like, maybe it's because I'm so used to winters, but Christmas is the best up here. But maybe that's just my biased perspective. Yep, I don't think many people are very interested in going down to the States right now. I told my family down there, I was like, you can come visit me. I'm not coming to visit you. Or I'll meet somewhere else. Is Ottawa the Christmas city in Canada? I do not know that. I don't know. Let me look that up for you. Because I'm also curious. I'm actually not sure. I Googled it and it was like many cities are, the Google like search thing says many cities are Christmas cities in Canada. Some people say it's Quebec City, others say it's Ottawa, others say it's Toronto. So I don't know. But if you do want to know a fun fact, there's a little town outside of Ottawa called Almont, and that's where a lot of Christmas movies are filmed. So in the summer times, they film Christmas movies, and it's really funny to go there and see people in their winter coats and fake snow falling when you know that it is like 30 degrees outside. Yeah, Canada's actually a really big filming location. So a lot of movies, if you see like the movie is set in New York, it's actually filmed in Toronto. There's like a lot of TV shows are also filmed in Vancouver because it's kind of it's closest to LA. If you've heard of, this is kind of it's not an older show, but it's already ended. There's this show called Riverdale, and it was filmed in Vancouver. So that's one example of a TV show that was set in the US, but actually filmed in Canada. And for a fun fact is the reason why so many films are filmed in Canada is because, number one, it's cheaper, and number two, the Canadian government actually gives filmmakers a tax break if you decide to like have a production in Canada. So you do get like some sort of like funding or benefits. So sometimes at the end of like a TV show or a movie, you'll see the Canada logo. So you'll know that there's like, that they filmed it there and they got some money or some funding out of it. Or a tax break. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Very interesting to learn what's been filmed in Canada and what hasn't. Maybe I'll do that. Just so I don't have like a piece of monk's cloth showing there. Okay, and then how about I finish this last flower and then I'll show you the front of the piece. Just because I want to finish with this yellow. Because I'm sick of it. So much yellow. You know, my challenge with creating this piece, it was a challenge that I gave myself because mostly in my punch needle pieces, I use a lot of green because green is my favorite color. So I somehow incorporate it into every single one of my pieces. So I gave myself a challenge with this piece. I was like, Vrinda, we are not using any green. You cannot use green. And this is what I came up with. I'm just gonna finish this up. And we are almost done. Okay. I got sick of punching black and red. My babushka project used a lot of black and red. Dude, I know the feeling. It's so funny that this is just like it's a relatively smaller piece and I keep complaining about it. But during my 2x3 foot certification rug, I was not complaining at all about the green that I had to punch over and over again. Okay. Okay. Do we want to see the front? Let's take a look. Oh, yay. As you can see, look at how messy it is. Like, you don't even see any of the shaping or anything yet. Like I always tell people, this is, like, your punch needle projects are just gonna look super messy while you're punching them and after you're done, because that's just the nature of it. Once we start cleaning things up and snipping and poking, it'll look a lot better. So we're gonna just snip off this purple here, like I said we would. And I'll snip off these little yellow ends here in the middle. Yeah, I definitely want to see that babushka project. I'm gonna take a look at your Instagram now once this stream ends. That's my favorite thing to do. It's to go on like social media and then look up #punchneedle and see what I can find. Because people just make the most interesting and creative things. Do you ever use the back side of your punch needle as the side that you use as the front? Hope that makes sense. That makes total sense. Sometimes, it's like, I definitely prefer working, I like this being the front side, but sometimes I do like an artistic piece, something that's not meant to be stepped on, like a rug, or just like something for a wall, and I'll use the back side of I'll use the back side as my front side, if that makes sense. Sometimes I'll do it, but not often. It looks really cool. Like I've seen like so many cool things of people using the stitch side as their display side, and it looks so cool. A lot of the punch needle kits that you find at a big box craft store, they'll have they'll be like what you said, like they'll be worked, like the display side will be the stitch side rather than the loop side, which I find really, really interesting, because I find that like many people that want to do punch needle, they want to do stuff that shows the loop side. So it's kind of frustrating that big box craft store kits don't have like that kind of like, they don't make kits like that. I guess to be fair, it's kind of difficult to make like a kit like that and have it be like cheap enough for like the mass market. So I guess that makes sense, but I don't know. Oh, goodbye. Thank you so much for tuning in. Pop back in whenever you want. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming. We'll be here for at least the next few hours. Okay, so I'll leave these unclipped for now, just because I can't really make out the shaping. So we'll fill everything else in and then we'll clip these at the end. So what we're going to do now is we're going to punch the white stems and leaves. So let's start our needle. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the straight stitch for all of these leaf parts here, and then the stem stitch for the stems. I'm going to show you how I do that. So we're going to start off with the easiest one here, which is this straight stem. So our needle is turned 90 degrees to the left, and we are just going to punch 6 stitches per inch. There we go. Now the stem stitch is kind of difficult to do on curves. Just use your best judgment. There we go. Now I'm going to show you how I do the stem stitch for this, because it looks kind of challenging, but it's not once you kind of see my process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start here. And I'm going to just stem stitch normally up this curved line. And then I'm going to, instead of going up this line here, I'm going to curve it to the left so that it hits, I'm going to point it out with my scissors, it hits this line right here. Maybe I'll show you like that. So I'm going to curve this way instead of this way. Because if I just did the curve like this and then did this separately, like I wouldn't be able to do this separately because I would not be able to have enough stitches for them to stay in. So we're going to do it like this. So just like that. Cut off our yarn. And then we're gonna go as close as we can to this stitch right here, and then just stitch up. Like we never ever, like we didn't switch over, as if we didn't switch over. I hope that makes sense. So just like that. We're going to cut off our yarn. I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. There we go. I agree with you. You definitely have to think things through, kind of figure out how you want things to look, how things have to be punched to get the result that you want. Definitely not brainless art. So let's poke all these ends in, and I'll show you how the front looks. Oh wait, I haven't done this part yet. Hold on. Let me just punch this in. Actually, maybe I'll start from a little bit more inside. There we go. So we're gonna snip that. Poke it through to the other side. So let's take a look at the front. So yeah, you can't really see it yet properly, but you can see kind of this side is curving in, and then this side is like kind of, it's an interrupted line, but it won't necessarily look interrupted once we kind of snip and poke everything. Okay, hold on. Let me take a water break. I've been talking for too long without having a sip. Okay. Let's continue. So I'm going to punch all of these leaves with the straight stitch. I didn't draw this one properly. It looks kind of crooked, but we can fix it. Oops. There we go. So sometimes when we have like a piece in our punch needle patterns where it kind of ends in a point like that, I like starting at the point so that I can kind of just punch inward like that, and then I still have like that sharp tip once I look at it at the back. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start here, and I'm just gonna punch in like that. If you're punching along with me today, I hope you're enjoying the pattern. I tried to make it kind of something in the middle, something that doesn't look too intimidating, but isn't super beginner. And this pattern will be free forever, so you can take it and you can punch it, you can remake it for someone else if you want to do that. You can resize it and make it super big like a rug. If you do that, please show me on social media. I really want to see it. And if you want to make it and sell it at like a market or something like that, you can also do that. Just do not sell my pattern, please. You can sell the finished item, just don't sell my pattern. And if you're going to sell the finished item, it's good practice to credit the person who made the pattern. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, feel free to use it and have fun with it. I put a lot of work into making the pattern, as well as improving on my pattern making process from the last time I released patterns. For instance, by including yarn amounts for all of the parts of the project, because last time I didn't include yarn amounts because I was like, well, it depends on the sizing and depends on what yarn you use. For this, I was like, no, we have to include yarn amounts, at least for the yarns that are recommended. Just want to get a lot of slack on my yarn here while we continue punching. And here's my idea. We're gonna punch all of this, and after we're done punching the white parts here, I'll show you guys the back and I will make another announcement. Because I told you guys at the beginning of the stream that I had a couple of announcements that I wanted to make, so that's my plan. I make my patterns using like a vector software like Adobe Illustrator. And sometimes I kind of just like when I wanted like, that's like the technical way of how I make them like for distribution online. But like in terms of like how do I design them, sometimes I like look at really old books, like stuff that's like copyright, that's like in the public domain. Sometimes I just think of ideas. Sometimes I look at like my kitchen tile and I'm like, that I could punch needle that. But no, for the technical side, I use like vector software, and like in terms of the instructions and details, those are just things that I learned while I was doing my teacher, like my Oxford instructor certification. They have a lot of tricks of the trade there that are kind of that we were able to learn. But for the instructions, it was kind of just like based off of what I learned, what I thought people would find helpful. But like on the technical side, like vector software. I'll also use Procreate sometimes to sketch out ideas. And to do color planning as well, just so I can see how different yarn combinations and colors will look when I punch them. And like, I try and add a lot of details to my patterns, because I don't like the punch needle patterns that are on Etsy. Like, a lot of them I don't like because like, you can obviously tell that it's just like a coloring page that they like scanned onto like a piece of paper and made like a PDF, and there's no instructions, there's no nothing. It's stuff that you could easily look up online. And it's just like they're charging you money for nothing. And I'm a firm believer that you should be, like, if you're gonna do like artisan work like this, like craft businesses or whatever, like, you deserve to be paid for your work and paid well, but you need to consider your like value proposition. Like, what are you offering that's unique, and how are you like differentiating yourself in the market? And I just find that a lot of Etsy sellers, like, the work, like the patterns and stuff that they put out just aren't good. Or they're stolen, but that's a whole other story. Or they're AI, and that's a whole other story. But like, if you're gonna put out like a punch needle pattern, definitely, like, I waited like 3 or 4 years before I ever started putting out patterns of my own, like after I started punching, because I knew I wasn't at the skill level to actually be able to do that. And unfortunately, like, a lot of people just get into a craft and they think that like they can start a business out of it, and like, unfortunately, they're just not at the skill level to be able to do that. But hey, I'm not a craft drama channel. Maybe I should be, because I have a whole lot of complaints sometimes. Like, for me, I crochet, like, I've been crocheting for like 2 or 3 years. Like, I wouldn't put out a pattern. Like, even though I've been doing that craft for so long, like, I wouldn't release a pattern out of it, because being good at a craft and being good at creating a pattern for that craft, those are 2 different skills, in my opinion. And a lot of people think that they're good at both when they can't do one, and they're kind of a beginner at the other. A craft drama channel would be fun. Unfortunately, the punch needle community is pretty chill and nice, so we don't really have that much drama to share. Now, in the alternate universe, had I been like a knitting or crochet YouTuber, maybe things would be a little bit different, but oh, that's awesome. Working from photographs is so good. I highly recommend it. Oh, I'm so excited to see that. A lighthouse sounds awesome. It's like, that sounds like something so fun and dynamic to punch. I'm just like imagining it in my head, like the different colors and the shapes and all of that. That's awesome. Is this leaf weird, or is it just me? Oh, this leaf is so weird. We'll just leave it be. But yeah, tracing over photographs is super great. It's like a very, it's a great way to like get into punch needle pattern design, because you learn to see what details can be incorporated, what can't be incorporated, how to translate colors and shapes into fiber, which is pretty awesome. So we're going to poke all of these ends in. There we go. Okay, let's take a look at the front. Ta-da! Oh, it's so messy right now. Like I said, it's gonna look messy once you, like right after you're done punching. We'll be able to, once we start filling everything else in, like the background, we'll be able to start snipping and poking and getting everything into the exact right spot, and it's gonna start looking a lot better. But like I mentioned before, I did want to do my second announcement, so I might as well just do it right now. And I guess this is less of an announcement and more of a question. So now that I am monetized, I can also do things like memberships. And I know memberships are a very controversial subject, because that's kind of like paywalling content and stuff like that. And it's not, that might be a little bit controversial for some people. But I do have a few ideas for kind of what I would do for a membership, if I did have one. Because some of the things that you can do are like early releases of videos and just kind of stuff like that. So everyone who just watches the channel and isn't a member can still see things, but members can see things earlier and maybe some extra content, just stuff like that. So I guess this is, I don't know if I can do this, but let me try. Let me see if this works. Feel free to answer in the poll whether or not you think I should do memberships, because I don't know yet. I'm still kind of thinking about it. I don't really know what I want to do. Feel free to answer in the poll. The poll is in chat. Yes or no, both are fine. I would just love to know. Maybe I'll keep it up while I do, while I kind of start on the background here. But if you want to answer the poll, that would be cool. one vote, and it's no. Hey, you know what? That's totally fair. I might just end the poll right now, because I think that'd be really funny if there's like a one vote and it's no. But there might be some people here that think it's a good idea. I don't know, but I'll just end the poll. I've just been thinking about it because I do want to diversify my content a little bit. Not even through, my biggest worry though is that, like I'd be alienating some people who, aren't really in a place to get a membership, but also, my other worry is for me because there's a lot of risk of putting all of your eggs into one basket. And if I start a membership on YouTube while I have a YouTube channel and stuff like that, like everything that I do would all be on YouTube. And if something happens to my channel or YouTube shuts down or the algorithm changes, that could be kind of like really bad. So I've been thinking to like maybe get on Ko-fi or like another platform and have some extra content there. I've just been thinking about that. Feel free to share your thoughts in chat if you think it's a good idea, or if anyone is watching like this video after this live stream ends, feel free to share your thoughts in the comments, because I would like to keep this, I would like to turn this into a career, but it's kind of a risk to put everything, all of my effort into just YouTube when like there's a lot of risk involved with it. So that was kind of my second announcement, but I could do a Ko-fi membership for an exclusive pattern. I'll think about it. I think that's a really good idea. I just don't want to, it's a very delicate balance of making sure that my subscribers who've been supporting me for over 2 years, they still get to see the content, but also that I get to, that this actually ends up being like profitable for me, because if it doesn't end up being profitable, I can't really continue with, it would be very difficult to continue with the channel. So just something to think about. But anyways, let's get started with the background here. So I'm gonna just start off in a corner, and what we're gonna do is we are going to punch 4 stitches per inch, unless we're in like a really small tight space or we're doing some outlining, in which case we'll punch 6 stitches per inch. So let's start off right here, right in the corner. Oh, filling in the background is going to be so much fun. It's basically just going around and around until we're finished. but yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are punching my free punch needle pattern called Flower Face. If you want to type, if you want the pattern for yourself, it's in the description of this live stream, or you can type !pattern into the chat and you'll get a link there. Punching the background is gonna take forever. Thank you. I'm glad the colors look nice. Like I said before, this was part of my no green challenge. AKA no using green in a pattern. Also, if you are feeling wrist strain or any pain, make sure to take breaks, stretch out your wrists. I'm not feeling any pain right now at the moment, but it's important to do regular stretching. Also, neck stretching as well if you are feeling neck pain, because we are looking down a lot, and looking down too much can be bad. Let's switch up the music a little bit. There we go. I'm sure you guys were tired of hearing the same song over and over again. Since I don't stream that often, I don't have like a streaming background music playlist at the ready. Maybe I should. Let's do this. I often punched listening to metal music. Oh, I love that. That's awesome. Yeah, having something to listen to is great. I love a good podcast or just something similar. I know a lot of people don't like punching in silence. They don't like being left alone with their own thoughts, which is kind of relatable, but I don't mind. It's not that bad. Because sometimes I think about funny things. Watching Netflix is good while punching too. Yes, I love a good TV show to engage with while I'm punching. What I'm currently watching is The Summer I Turned Pretty, which is a very, very it's a fun and dramatic show to listen to while you're working on such a calming craft like punch needle. But that'll be over this week because the series finale is happening on Wednesday. Am I excited? Yes. I just want to see what happens. I'll think about work if I punch in silence, and I'll think about patterns when I work out. You know what? Let me tell you something. Back when I used to work like a 9 to 5, I hated my job so much, and I would just sit at my desk and cry and like draw punch needle patterns in my notebook. And I'd be like counting down the time until I could go home and like work on those patterns. But I would go home and I would just be so exhausted that I would just fall asleep when I got home. That was a different time. Oh, do not be sorry for me. I was getting paid. It was a very different time. I was a lot younger. Not a lot younger, but I was younger than I am now. So I had very different goals. That I'm glad that I didn't follow through with, because if I did, then I wouldn't be a YouTuber. So, and I wouldn't be able to do this. I'm a teacher. The kids like seeing the custom accessories I punch. They're asking me to make keychains for them. Make it into a competition. Make it so that like your like the students that bother you the least win a keychain, or the students that listen to you the most in class, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, try it out. If even if your class was already like well behaved, your kids were good, your kids are gonna be like excellent. Yeah, yeah. You gotta do it. You gotta try it out, and you have to tell me how like if it works or not. If admin allows it, I'll do it. It's definitely an idea. You know, one of a silly goal that I had this year was to get better at punching with my left hand. Because I'm going to share with you another fun fact about Amy Oxford. It's that she can do punching with both of her hands. And something that I heard was like, if you start doing it now, like, you'll be like, you have a better chance of just like having the muscle memory in as you keep going with punch needle. So I've been trying to do it. I've been trying to punch left-handed so that I could develop that muscle memory. But I definitely punch a lot slower. So sometimes I just switch over and go back to my right hand. let's snip off our end here, and let's keep going. Maybe let's poke these ends through. There we go. Oh, I could have filled maybe like an extra space in there. Oh well. We'll leave it be. Let's... There we go. And let's move on. So as you can see, in little spaces like this, hold on, these stitches are a little too big. In tiny spaces like this, between the two white parts here, you want to go 6 stitches per inch, just so that the blue background shows up and it isn't choppy. So I'm going to demo that right now. So just 6 stitches per inch, like that. Same with this space right here. I'm just outlining all of the shapes here, just so that it'll be a lot easier for us to just fill everything in once we outline all of the flowers and the leaves. So I'm just doing that right now. What are your thoughts on the off-white other colors combination? I think off-white is totally fine. I think because it's a neutral, it works with everything. I think that's totally fine. I think you should go for it. Sometimes you honestly want off-white rather than like pure white, because sometimes pure white can look just a little bit too like garish, I guess that's the right word. So I think off-white, like for that color combination, like works. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that can happen. Okay, let me continue here. There we go. I'm trying to think about what I want to do next. Let's go here. Hello from Nova Scotia. Wow, love that. Curious what type of yarn you are using. I'm using Briggs & Little Super. Briggs & Little is a Canadian yarn from New Brunswick. It's a bulky rug weight yarn, and it works perfectly with the Oxford regular punch needles. So yeah, that's the yarn that I'm using. The specific color that I'm using here is light blue. I'm also Canadian, by the way, and I have heard that on the East Coast, so in places like Nova Scotia, you can get Briggs & Little at like a dollar store, which I thought was incredible. It was unbelievable to me as an Ontarian. But yeah, that's the yarn I'm using. Hopefully I have enough for the background here. We'll see. If not, then I do have a bit of a backup plan. But hopefully that backup plan is saved for when we actually need it. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that they sell it. I wish I knew the name of the specific place that the specific dollar store that they sell it in, but yeah. We love Briggs & Little on this channel. I almost exclusively use Briggs & Little. I either just buy the solid colors themselves, or I buy a lot of just whites and then I dye them myself. Rossi's. We learned something new today. But my only problem is that I struggle with dyeing like variegateds, especially if it's like a different, like if it's like a color mix. So for those cases, I tend to buy like Violet Jane rug yarn, which is the rug yarn that comes from the Oxford company. But other than that, I'm a big Briggs and Little fan. I don't really have the yes, I am using an Oxford 10 regular. Um, and if you stick around, I'll be giving away an Oxford 10 regular punch needle to some lucky subscriber who's watching. But yes, using an Oxford 10 regular for the entire piece. Yeah, I mean, it's my thank you to everyone for watching me for 2 years. So I figured I'd give something to let people who've been watching me who haven't started their punch journey start their punch journey in style, you know, nice and fancy with an Oxford 10. I'd like to do more giveaways in the future if I have more viewers and more subscribers and I'm still making money from this. I'd like to do bigger giveaways. I won't give away, pun intended, any spoilers. Um, but I do want to do that. It's one of my goals for when I get monetized. I do have like a big list of things that I want once I actually start making money off of YouTube. And you know, the Oxford company is coming out with a lot of really cool different types of punch needles. Like when I started, we just had these like regular punch needles, but now we have like, I don't know if any of you have seen it yet, but it's called the Symphony punch needles. They're basically the same punch needle, but they're made with like rainbow wood, which looks really, really cool. And there's also like limited edition, like 30th anniversary Oxford punch needles that are like red, like they're literally bright red. So those are cool too. Functionally, they're the same punch needle, but if anyone likes a little color in their lives, I think those are really cool. But my punch needles are quite relatively old. Like they were like these are like the like version 1.0, I think. Like the ones that are being sold right now are like I would call them the version 2.0. And in many ways they are an improvement from these ones. Which you'll be able to see when I give away when I do like a little unboxing of the punch needle, because I am gonna do that. We're gonna unbox the Oxford 10 regular punch needle that I brought to give away, and we'll take a look and we'll see what they include and all of the stuff that's included with them. They are definitely the flex punch needles. I've tried other ones here and there. They don't really, none of them compare to the Oxfords in my opinion. The only other punch needle that I use regularly besides the Oxfords is the Craftsman, which is, fun fact, what Amy Oxford used before she made the Oxford punch needles. If anyone wants to see it, I can bring it out like right now, but it's basically like an adjustable punch needle that is very, very similar to the Oxford. Oh, the Oxford grip is way more comfortable. You know what? Let me show you. I'll be right back. I'm gonna bring out my Craftsman and you'll be able to see. So this is the Craftsman punch needle. It looks, I'm gonna insert a needle here just so you can see. So I'm gonna insert the needle in. There we go. So this is how the Craftsman looks. It has a threading channel very similar to the Oxford, so you don't need like a wire threader to thread your yarn. But like the grip is like plastic. It's quite uncomfortable. You'll get a lot of wrist pain if you use it for a while. But out of all of the if you can get your hands on one, I think it's like a very excellent tool. The only problem is that these are no longer manufactured, and the current patent holder for the Craftsman punch needle has disappeared. Like we don't know where they are. From what I heard, the Oxford company tried reaching out to them. They don't know where the current patent holder for this needle is. So it's basically a little mystery. But it's not a bad needle. I would say it's quite excellent. And another great thing about it is that you can switch out the needle. So if you want to punch with a really thin yarn, you can use like a different size needle. The needle that I had in before was it would fit like this yarn, like it would fit like a bulky rug yarn. So all of these other ones are thinner. But like I was saying, the only problem with it is that it's no longer manufactured. So if you want to find it, you have to go on eBay or some other antique store, and there's no guarantee that you'll get like this version with all 4 needles. So you really have to be on the lookout and find one. Like you have to scope out one. So that's the only disadvantage of it. That and the uncomfortable grip. But other than that, it's pretty great. I do use it quite frequently for texture and to make really tall loops. I used it for my Oxford punch needle certification rug. But yeah, it's a pretty good needle. But I definitely am a big fan of just the plain old Oxfords. The needle became lost media, literally. I also use the Ultra Punch sometimes for punch needle embroidery, but I haven't been doing that lately, like at all. So that's sitting in my closet somewhere. You know, I've never tried a Lavore punch needle before. A lot of people swear by them. Um, some things about them like look interesting to me. I like the adjustability and whatnot, but I can't deal with having a wire threader. um, because if you're working on a piece with a lot of color changes, it can be like a bit of a hassle to like bring out the threader, rethread the needle. I find this one just to be a lot more simple. Oh, good. That's good that your needle doesn't need a threader. Um, that's interesting. A vintage needle made entirely of metal. That can't be comfortable to hold. I can imagine you'd get a lot of pain holding that. Maybe if you have like a little like you know how for pencils you can get like a pencil gripper. I'm imagining you could put something like that on your punch needle and it's a little bit better. But yeah, super interesting. Um, Lavore punch needle seems to be hard to find in Canada. Yeah, yeah. Generally, I don't know why they're more difficult to find in Canada. I think it's because they're made over, I don't know. They're made in like Europe, so I guess they're a bit difficult to import. Etsy might have Lavores. You'll have to parse through some of the search results to make sure that you're not dealing with like a robot or like a drop shipper or something like that. That's what that's where I'm leaning towards, Jennifer, if you're looking for a Lavore punch needle. I wish I could be more of a help. Yeah, Oxford punch needles are la creme de la creme, for sure. I like I myself didn't start off with Oxfords. I started off with like a Michaels punch needle, like a basic wooden one, and it made me absolutely hate the craft. Um, but I was like, let's give it a second shot because I think with the right tools and materials, like something it might work. And so I went I went to like my local craft store and they sold Oxford punch needles. Like it was not like a big box craft store. It was like a small business craft store and they sold Oxford punch needles. And that day I bought the 10 and the 14 and the rest is history. Okay, that was just me pausing the music because it sounds kind of it sounds kind of distorted on my end, and I'm worried that it sounds distorted on your end, so I'm gonna pause it for a little bit and maybe it'll get back to being normal after a few minutes of not having any music. Yes. Yeah. This is once you become an Oxford certified instructor, you get like a little certificate and then um you also get like an Oxford 10 regular punch needle with Oxford certified instructor engraved, which is pretty cool. Um Back before Amy Oxford retired and um you could go to the rug school to um like in person to do certification training. She would decorate every single person's Oxford punch needle herself. Like she would like draw on it, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, when I was doing my certification, I was kind of in an in-between period where um, she was preparing for her retirement, but she wasn't like retired yet. So I just have a regular one, but I still see Amy sometimes in Zoom calls, so it's pretty cool to see her there. It's like seeing a celebrity. But yeah, I did my Oxford Punch Needle certification with Simone Voivodin, who's now the dean of the Oxford Rug School. And so if you want to, after the stream is over, I have a video on my channel where I kind of detail my experience because I traveled like 8 hours. I took the Via Rail to her studio, and I spent like 5 days just punching, which was really, really fun. And Simone's a wonderful teacher. She's great. We love Simone. It um, took me a little less than, trying to think, March, April, May, June, July. Took me about like 7 or 8 months to get certified. Um, we had a couple of like homework assignments that we had to do, um, and then we had online lessons, and then we what had in-person lessons, and then we had a few more online lessons, and then 4 months after our last lesson, um, our certification rug was due. So yeah, about 7 or 8 months. It took it took me about yeah, it took me about 4 months to get my certification rug finished. And then it took about a month after that for it to get evaluated. So yeah, about 7 or 8 months, more or less. It was a pretty interesting experience. It's like getting a master's in punch needle. I mean, I guess a little bit. It was um it was definitely an interesting experience because I was the youngest person to get certified. Um, so for me, thank you, Jennifer. It was it was a unique experience because I was able to get like so much knowledge and support from my classmates and Simone, who was my instructor. But there were also things that I kind of had to kind of be like a leader in myself because there was no one else kind of doing the same thing. Like for YouTube, for example, there there are very few punch needle creators, very few. Um, so I was like, if I want to do this, like I have to just go at it on my own. Like there's no one really that makes videos like this. And like if you want to do like online classes, like those were still quite new. Like not everyone was super familiar with Zoom and going live and stuff like that. So a couple of things I had to navigate on my own, but that's just part of the package when it when you're when you're when you're the youngest person to get certified. I'm still waiting on someone to beat me out on my record. I'm looking at on Instagram and I'm trying to see. Sometimes I'm like stalking other certification classes and I'm like, who's my age there? Are there any same aged friends that I could make? But most people tend to be older than me. The next youngest Oxford certified instructor is in her like mid 30s. So like 10 years older than me at least. And there's a definitely like a unique yes, we can be friends, punch needle friends because we are the same age. Um the other unique experience that I had while I was doing my certification was that I like unlike my classmates, I had never done rug hooking before. So all of my classmates um they all did traditional rug hooking where you use like a rug hook to like pull up loops. It's like punch needle backwards. Um, and they all did that. Like they all had their certifications in rug hooking. Um, and so they were just getting their punch needle certifications as well. But for me, I had never done rug hooking before. So I had like no idea about rug hooking. Like I knew it existed, I just hadn't done it before, which was definitely like an interesting experience. Yes, it is very popular in Nova Scotia, Jennifer. I was just telling some of the people in chat before you joined us that I spent all of August, not all of August, but half of August in the Maritimes. So I went to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI, and I was so excited to visit all of the yarn stores and all of the rug hooking shops and the studios, and then like do all of those things. But there was a problem. It was a family trip of 14 people. So we all functioned as kind of a hive mind. So I wasn't able to go to a single rug hooking store or any like yarn shop or any studio, and I was devastated. I was so devastated because I was like, I'm going to like a I'm going to like the part of the country that's like famous for this stuff. Um and I've already been to the Maritimes before, but that was like quite a few years ago. So I was excited to go back again and do those things, but it didn't happen, and I was so sad, especially because of how popular it was. at how popular it is. Um, but I couldn't go, so I was sad. Even, like, in our local guilds here, like, where I'm from, like, 85% of the people do traditional rug cooking, and, like, maybe some of them dabble in punch needle, but, like, most do traditional rug cooking. For years, that was more popular than punch needle. Um, Punch needle for, like, until very recently was kind of like a dying craft, like, no one was doing it. Um, and then, like, social media happened and everyone like, people started doing this hobby a bunch, and now I'd say it's, like, quite popular. Yeah, I mean, I did have a good time. It was fun going around everywhere. I loved PEI in Nova Scotia, um, and seeing everything, like, all of, like, the touristy sites, even though I've already been to them. Um, but yeah, no, it was good. I was just sad that we couldn't go to any yarn stores or rug hooking shops. But it was beautiful. Out east is always so nice. It's definitely a change of scenery from Ontario. One day I'll do more traditional rug hooking. I'd definitely like to learn, and if like, I can guarantee if I go to, like, my local guild, they would be so happy to teach me, but the problem is that my local guild my local guild meets at the most inconvenient times, um, and my local guild is, like, all the way across town, and it's a pain in the butt to get there, so every time they have a meeting, I can never go because it's, like, it's across town and it's at a super inconvenient time, so I'm always sad about it, so have we done everything? Nope, we have this little bit left, and then we can just fill everything in. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, maybe the music will be less glitchy now. Let's try it out. Nope, it's still being super glitchy. Never mind. Never mind. We will just punch in silence. Yeah. Cafe music, literally. Everything else is too distracting to me. I do like lo-fi. I love lo-fi. I love lo-fi. And back when I was in university, I would exclusively listen to bossa nova. Bossa nova got me through my university degree. Anything without like heavy percussion or singing is very good in my books. My favorite bossa nova album is Stone Flower. I have to listen to that now. I just I never looked at what I was listening to. I kind of just I went on youtube.com and I typed in bossa nova playlist instrumental 6 hours. And then I would listen to that. Stone Flower. I'm going to put that in my to listen list. It's an album by Tom Jobim. I'm gonna listen to that. I'm excited. Okay, shall we take a look at the front? Let's take a look at the front. Okay, as you can see, the flowers kind of have their shape now. Everything's kind of filling in and looking how it's supposed to look, which is good. So, yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going and let's just fill this all in. Is this a good time to make another announcement? Let's see. Let's see. Actually, yeah, we might as well make an announcement now. Um, so another announcement that I have to make is that I have a PO box. So if anyone wants to like send me something, if they have a craft kit that they want me to review or anything like that, my PO box address is in the description of this live stream. So if you want to send me anything, um, you can. You don't have to. Please don't if you like if it's not within your means. I don't want you to do that, but if you have something you want to share, if you want to send like a letter or if you have something you want me to review like a craft kit or a punch needle or a yarn, you can send it to me at my mailbox, which is in the description of this live stream. But yeah, another super random announcement. So, let's keep going. Mm, okay. We shall continue. Now that we've got everything outlined, it feels a lot less intimidating. It feels like we don't have we don't have too much left to do, which is good. So let's continue. Yes, let's yeah, it is definitely another step to my goals. Um what I'm going to say is the giveaway um once we finish this pattern, we'll do the giveaway. Um then I'll give all of those instructions. Otherwise, I do have some of the instructions in the description of this live stream, but if you, they're not going to work unless I start the giveaway. So you can test it out right now, but like nothing's going to work until I start the giveaway. So just want to let you guys know. Thank you, Susie. It it honestly it took me like 2 years to get to this point. So it's it's been quite a it's been quite a journey to learn YouTube and whatnot. But yes, I am filling in with bigger stitches now. Um, I'm filling in the everything else with bigger stitches. Yeah, no, if people knew if people knew what I was supposed to do, if I hadn't started punch needle, they would be shocked. But yeah, as you can see, um I'm gonna just bring this up a little bit closer to the camera so you can see. So all of my stitches aren't lined up, so I've staggered them so they're kind of stacking like bricks. It just looks visually better on the other side. It doesn't look like it's done by a machine because if you don't stagger your stitches like this, it just looks like it's machine made. So definitely staggering is really good, especially for when you're filling in like this. Obviously, sometimes you can't help it, sometimes you just have to make a stitch where you make a stitch, but, like, if you can, definitely, staggering is good. Go, snip that off. Perfect. And also for this, when I was making this pattern and when I was doing the color planning, I was telling myself, I was like, "You absolutely have to make sure that there's no yarn dyeing involved with this process because my yarn dyeing setup is so is so horrible." It's literally just a plastic bag of all of my supplies that I, like, bring up to the garage to, like, dye my yarn in. It's, like, too much work. I need colors that anyone can get. So that's why I chose these. Super simple, blue, yellow, purple, and white. Anyone can get those colors. Like, I cannot be bothered with, like, a chestnut brown or, like, a sage green. Not for a pattern, uh, like this one. That's definitely one of my goals for when I start making money off of this. It's to get like a is to be in a position where I can actually have like a good like dye space where I can actually dye yarn. Um, because my space right now is not ideal. Dyeing yarn and also super another super random thing. Uh, getting a wool strip cutter because sometimes people ask me, they're like, Brenda, why don't you show us punch needle with wool fabric strips? And I'm like, that's a great idea, except I don't have a wool strip cutter, and I literally do not trust myself to rotary cut like 50 strips of wool. into like perfectly uniform, even widths. So definitely a wool strip cutter is on my wish list for when I get monetized. But they are expenny. Like they are so expensive, guys. My rug cooking guild has some to borrow, but again, like I was saying, other side of town meets at the most inconvenient times ever. So I could never get my hands on it. I was looking on eBay to see if I could find like a good wool fabric cutter, and it was always just like $500, $600, $1,000, and I was like, that's crazy. That's so much. And every time I look on like Facebook Marketplace or like rug hooking Facebook groups, people post them, and then like 2 seconds after, people are like, I want this. I PM'd you, and I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah, most of those tools are so expensive. That's why I keep hunting for them. I'm like, maybe I'll get a good deal somewhere. Because sometimes you run into a situation where people just give things away for like either for free or for like super cheap. Um, and I'm just like, I'm just hoping that I run into a scenario like that where like someone, um, I join like a rug cooking group and someone's like, I'm giving this away for free. But those situations are few and far between. And I do not mind paying for something, even if it's new or used. I just have to come by it at this point. And the problem with a lot of like wool fabric strip cutters is that like they're no longer a lot of them are like no longer manufactured. So if you like if something breaks or you don't know how to do something, there isn't really like a lot of like it's difficult to troubleshoot things, which is a struggle. Like when I was doing my punch needle certification, um, our instructor was showing us how like the wool fabric strip cutter works, and like it was like the way that she was like taking out the cassettes for the different strip sizes and then putting them in again, it was like sorcery. It was magic. I was like, I don't know how to do that. That's crazy. And honestly, that was the coolest part about doing my Oxford. One of the coolest parts about doing my Oxford certification training, going to my instructor's studio and seeing just like the vast amount of like things that she had, like vintage tools and patterns and so much yarn. It was like an unbelievable amount of yarn, guys. Like it was like it was beyond anything I had ever seen in my entire life ever. Truly, like I felt like a kid in a candy store. It was like it was like it was incredible. I love collecting yarn too. I I don't really have a big stash right now because I have like a bunch of projects that I'm planning out for the rest of the year and going into next year, but sometimes like when I'm buying like when I'm just buying like blanks of Briggs and Little or something like that, I look in the sale section and I try and find like a really weird looking yarn, like something like when I look at it, I wonder like how would this be if I punch needled with it? And then I buy it and I see how it looks. And sometimes the results are surprising. So let's keep going here. Hmm. This is kind of a tight fit, but we made we may do. I bought a skein of blue, green, white, orange baby yarn because it was on sale. Uh, that'd be fun to punch with. I love punching with variegated yarn. It just makes a piece so dynamic and fun. What do I do with the art I create? Keep, gift, sell. Um, a lot of it I gift. So I make my friends I make my friends rugs. Um, and wall hangings, I've gifted those. A lot of things I keep for myself. Um, hopefully to use as like teaching aids when I have like a bit of when I have more of like a studio space. Um, my certification rug sits in my room on the floor. So I use that one. And then like some of my other things like Christmas stockings and ornaments, those also get used during the holidays. Um, I don't sell much. Um, because the problem with selling is that any punch needle piece is like quite pricey. Like if you like try and price things out. Um, so I don't usually sell stuff unless it's like a commission. Um, I mostly just do like patterns and stuff that I sell on my website. But most of what I have on my site is just it's like virtual patterns, so stuff that you can just download and print out. I do plan on maybe doing like physical patterns, so stuff like patterns that are drawn right onto monk's cloth that you can buy and then you could just get and start punching with, or like kitting, so just making like punch needle kits and whatnot. I'm thinking about it. No, no plans, no huge nothing set in stone yet. virtual virtual downloadable patterns have just been better for me. They're good. They've been doing good so far just because so few people do them, and so few people do them well. Because if you go on places like Etsy, it's kind of just like slop and garbage. So like making like I find it's been like good to like actually make like digital patterns and like actually make them good quality, and that's been going really well. But yeah, definitely physical stuff. I've been thinking about it here and there. Find a niche to get rich, they say. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a niche. I haven't seen any other YouTubers that are doing what I'm doing, so it's a niche for sure. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh, we're so close. We're so close to finishing everything. I think if you're in a position where you can take a risk like this, like YouTube and whatever, like you should do it. I think I think life's too short to do things that you don't want to do. Yeah, I'm really lucky to be in the position that I am. Like, if my circumstances were a little bit different, maybe I wouldn't have been able to do this, but everything just everything just lined up a certain way, so my I always struggle with my teaching skills because I'm glad that you guys think that I'm good because I haven't really taught in a while. So I'm still kind of rusty. Like we have a little checklist for Oxford instructors so that we're covering everything that we're supposed to cover. I haven't been following the checklist at all. I've kind of just been yapping and doing my own thing. But hey, this isn't like a formal class really, and I'm glad that everyone's enjoying it. And that's the end goal. Like the end goal is for more people to do punch needle. The end goal is to keep this craft alive. So YouTube helps, people feeling inspired to punch helps, people buying punch needle things helps. Anything to keep the craft alive. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I'm glad that everyone's enjoying the stream. Let me take a look for a second. Um, oh, okay. Never mind. I thought I had a message, but then I didn't have a message. But yeah, the plan is we're going to finish the rest of this. Um, we'll do a little bit of snipping and poking. I'll give like a hemming demo, and then we'll do the giveaway. I think that's a good plan. Honestly, I would love to expand the channel into just like more crafts in general, um, not just punch needle. I was talking about this in my recap video for 2024, but I was like, something that I really want to do is spinning my own yarn. I think that'd just be so much fun. Um, I haven't really gotten around to it, which sucks, but it's definitely still on my list. Hemming is the scariest part for me. No, 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 no. I'm gonna teach you. It's gonna be so easy. It's gonna be so easy. Hemming is hemming with the right tricks and tools is a piece of cake. And there's so many ways you can hem too. Um, what the Oxford company usually teaches, or like what Amy normally teaches, was like the mitered corner. And there's a lot of folding, a lot of pinning. You could also do a whip stitch. You could do like a sewn border around the edges. Oh my God, the possibilities are endless. I have a video on my channel about whip stitching if people are curious, but there's a ton of other ways that you can hem your work. The worst my only ask from the audience is that please never ever ever use glue on your rugs. It makes me cry. Because glue ruins like the yarn, like it degrades the fibers in the monk's cloth as well as the yarn. It basically just ruins your work. Um, I think it's just like a really cheap and shoddy way to like hem, and people think that's what you're supposed to do for punch needle because they think tufting and punch needle are the same thing. They're not. um, or they think that you need glue for the stitches to stay. You don't. That's another myth from tufting. You don't. um, but yeah, lots of other ways to hem um, other than just some of the ones that you've seen so far. I'm currently trying to teach myself how to knit, and I have a crochet hook being delivered this week. I love that. That's awesome. I have crocheted for like about 2 or 3 years now. Um, I'm good, not good enough to make patterns, and not, and it's not my it's not it's for me it's not as satisfying as punching. Sometimes I'm crocheting and I'm like, I can't wait to punch again. Let's punch again. So those are my feelings towards crochet. I do like it though. Um, and me using glue right now to finish my patch. Hey, sometimes glue is necessary. Sometimes it's needed. Um, when I say the things that I say, sometimes I'm just saying them for the humor. If you need to use glue, sometimes you do, and that's totally fine. It just um, it just sucks when people do it as like a way to cut corners instead of hemming like their work, like sewing it. And that's more so towards people that are actually like selling their work. Um, People that call themselves like rug makers. I have a lot of I have a lot to say about that. But like if you're just doing like if you're making it on your own, who cares? Use glue. I only use glue on the felt and braids. I try making it as clean as possible. Hey, that's good. That's awesome. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes glue's necessary. I personally just prefer to not use it. Hello, welcome back. As you can see, we've done quite a bit here. And we're almost done. Honestly, I should just poke these in right now while I have the chance. Exactly. Yeah. If you have the right stitch spacing and everything, like the tension holds the yarn in. There we go. Do people glue loops to cover holidays? Um, Sometimes, yeah. People will glue over loops to like cover shoddy work, to cover like skipped stitches, holidays, yarn over like when you punch over the other yarn. I forget the term that we use, but yeah, people will do that. Um, it's a way to it's a way for people to hide mistakes. I also do love the look of whip stitch hemming. It's quite nice. But if we do, for example, a rug for trinkets, then I'd say use glue because keys/earrings can get stuck in a loop and start to unravel some loops. Yeah, it's sometimes glue is necessary. I hate to say it, but sometimes it is. Like, who cares? It's no big deal. If you think it's necessary, then use it. My hatred towards glue is mostly directed towards it's mostly directed towards like rug makers and whatnot who use it to like cover up their mistakes or cover up bad quality or poor quality work. There we go. I've seen people gluing loops the whole rug to show the flat side. No, No, I hate that. I hate that. Oh, I don't like that at all. Oh, that just it makes my skin crawl a little bit. I mean, hey, do what you wanna do, but, like, I don't know. Like, I'm a firm believer of, like, being able to see the back of your work and the back of your work being as good like, looking as good as the front. I think for stuff like rugs, like, it's a real indicator of quality. A flat rug is no fun. That's true. Hey, I don't mind, like, a woven rug or, like, a knotted rug because sometimes those are flat, but, like, a flat punch needle rug, mm-mm. I want texture. Or a flat hooked rug in general. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh, we're almost done. We're almost done. Worse, it was a tutorial. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to see it. I kind of want to see it. But no, don't send it because I don't I'd feel bad for the person whose tutorial it was. Don't send it. But I'm so curious. I'm so curious. It was a tutorial and she glued all the loops. No. No. Oh, that makes me so sad. It just sucks if someone sees that, someone new to punching sees that and thinks that's how you're supposed to do it. Um, that's just that's the part that sucks the most to me, in my opinion. Maybe it was the trauma, rug trauma. Honestly, my piece right now has a lot of holidays. You generally want to avoid those when you're punching. I tend to avoid them myself normally, but I think one here or there is fine. A couple here or there. There we go. Okay, all we have left is this section. Trauma is when people stop doing punch needle to start tufting. Oh, that's funny. I've always said they're two different crafts. They're two different crafts, and one is a one is mimicking the other. I invite you to take a guess at which one is mimicking who. I mean, I think a lot of people just do tufting as a like as a business thing. I don't think like the 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 barrier to entry is so high to buy the big frame and the guns and everything. Like, I don't know anyone who does it as like just a hobby. Reject tufting, embrace tradition. I want to pin that. Can I pin that? I'm pinning that. Congratulations. I love that. It's why I never use the phrase hand tufting to describe punch needle because that it just the phrase hand tufting wording is very important. Woohoo, mom, I'm famous. Uh, Wording is very important to me. Hand tufting, calling punch needle hand tufting is giving the impression that it's like like tufting is the original craft and punch needle is just a variant, which is like not even true at all. Punch needle came before tufting. Um, so I never use the phrase hand tufted ever. I either say it's like hand punched or hand hooked or punch needled. Hand tufting feels offensive. There's a point last year when I did my cert rug video, my certification rug video, where I was like talking about how much I hate how much I not hate, but have criticisms for machine tufting, and I was like, let me know if you want me to make like a diss video on machine tufting. And then people in the comments were like, yes, please roast tufters, and I was like, this is great. I never made the video. Because I was like, where do I even start? And how do I even start without them all ganging up in my comments to hate? Because I feel like that might happen. So yeah, like that, there's please make it. Everyone's gonna hate on me. Haters gonna hate. You're right. Hey, I'll think about it. I just think if you're gonna make a video like that, like you have to do a lot of research. And I've done some research, but not nearly enough. Okay, home stretch. Let's go. Your certification rug is so beautiful. A pattern similar to that rug would be popular. Suggesting so that I could buy it. Oh my gosh. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I definitely have a lot of I have some larger rug-sized patterns in the works. So stay tuned. Some that are new and some that I've, let's just say, reclaimed. I'm gonna have to write all of your suggestions down so that I can keep them in mind for my future work. But hey, this live stream is gonna be available after it's done. Like it'll be available on my channel under live, so you'll be able to see it. So we'll both be able to see it and look back on it once it's done. Oops. Just a few more tails to poke under. With machine tufting, not my cup of tea. However, I would not have disdain for someone who does like the look of tufted rugs. Just difference in taste. Hey, that's totally fair. Whatever floats your boat. But anyways, we are done punching. Yay. But yeah, whatever you prefer. Sometimes my ranting about tufting is just to make people click because the algorithm loves rants and it loves anger. But anyways, here is the finished piece, and it looks it looks kind of messy. And so what I'm doing right now is just running over the piece with my scissors. So if there's any ends that are kind of poking, that are kind of hidden under, they might pop up a little bit while I do this. So just doing that. And let's take this off of our frame now. People love rage bait, exactly. So we're just gonna gently remove this off of our frame here. There we go. I'm gonna put this down over here. So I won't snip and poke all of this, but I'm just gonna do a little bit of I'll just do it a little bit just to show you what I'm doing. So just snipping off any loose ends here. You like the flat side? Oh, I'm so glad. Like I said before, the back should look as good as the front. So if you like the front, if you like the back, then that's that's great. Honestly, I don't think it would be a bad idea for if anyone who wants to do it, like if they want to use the flat side and turn it into like an art piece instead of like a rug. It's not a bad idea. I would just hate if they glued it. But hey, if you want to glue it, you can. I have no problems. Do what you want. So we're gonna do a little bit of snipping and poking around just to make sure our loops are in the right place. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to stoke too much controversy on this channel. Even though I did talk about maybe becoming a craft drama channel, but that's just a fun little idea. But yeah, we're just snipping ends here, making sure that our loops are in the right place. So we have an end here that I just brought up. We're just gonna snip it off. So you can see this thing here is kind of wonky looking. So just poking the loops around so that it looks a little better. And once you poke a loop around, like it'll stay in its place for the most part. So it doesn't hurt to just do it while you're doing this. Free engagement. That's funny. I'll just do a little bit more and then we'll get into some other stuff. But yeah, if you have like a loop that's like too long like this, you can literally, like I'll show you here. It's kind of a little bit longer. You can literally just cut it off. Nice and easy. You can also do this with like the like you can do like poking around like with your punch needle if you want to. I prefer scissors just because I get like it's more I can really get details in better, like I can move things around better. But that's just me. You can do whatever you want. But I'll leave it at this. Um, just to give you like a quick rundown on hemming because I think you would find it really, really helpful. So once you have your like, let's just pretend that all of this is snipped and poked the way it's supposed to be. Um, what you want to do next is steam press it. Um, so that it lies flat because you can see right now it's kind of bulging out a little bit. We don't want that. So what you want to do is grab a wet towel and grab an iron and put the wet towel on top of your work here and then put the iron on, let it sit for like 10 to 15 seconds, move it to the next spot and keep doing that until it's flat. Once you do that, the next thing you want to do is mark your lines for hemming. So I'm just going to do like a very quick demo of this. And luckily we have our little ruler stitch gauge here. So normally I mark about 2 inches out of the outside of my pieces, but this is quite small, so we can go with something like 1.5. So I'm gonna show you that right now. So let's just pretend that this is flat. So we have 1.5 right here, and what you can do is just use the holes in the monk's cloth and then just guide the line up so that it makes a straight line. You don't have to use a ruler for this part. Nice and easy. Can you iron acrylic yarn? Ooh, be very, very careful. My advice is to iron it on a very low setting and put a dry towel on top. Because if you follow the instructions that I did here for anything that's synthetic, your yarn will melt. Yeah, just like Jennifer said, like it'll melt. So my advice, if you really, really want to, be very, very careful. Use a very low setting and like put like a towel on top, like a cotton towel or something like that as a barrier in case. So yeah, that's what you can do. But if you're using wool, cotton, or something like that, um, these are the instructions that I would that I recommend. So I'm just gonna mark another point here at 1.5 inches, and then just through the holes, guide my pencil along here. Um, just like that. And then, so now we have our border here of 1.5 inches. What you want to do next is go on the corners here, and then you're going to want to measure about 3/4 of an inch out. So, I think that's about it. 3/4 of an inch. of an inch. You can use a pencil, by the way, or you can use a black Sharpie. I wouldn't use any other color because those colors might bleed. And if you're like making something with like white yarn, having like the marker bleed in, that would suck. So definitely pencil or just black Sharpie is good. So we have those here. So now we have our lines for cutting. So what you're going to want to do is cut out on the line and then cut out the triangles. Okay? So you're going to kind of have like a octagon shape left over. Once you have that, what you're going to want to do is, I'm going to kind of show you here. This is the best way for me to show you, is you're going to want to take your iron, fold in the corners, and iron the corners. You want to do that for every corner. And then you want to fold in and iron the sides. Do that for every side. And then you want to fold in the sides once again because when we cut this part out, you're going to have like a raw hem and you don't want a raw hem while you're like sewing and you're doing the hemming. So you're going to want to fold it in halfway and then press it again and do that the same thing for all of the sides. And once you do that, you should end up with something that looks like this. So yeah, this is how it should look. As you can see, I've pinned everything into place um, so that it's all ready for us to start hemming. So we can get started with that. So what we need for hemming is you'll need some pins. These are just fork pins. They're clover fork pins. You can use T-pins. You can use just regular sewing pins. Um, magic, yes. It's like I don't know if you guys have ever watched this, but there's this show back maybe like 20 years ago or something like that. It was called Art Attack, and the host, his name was Neil, and he would do this all the time. He would just like do something and he was like, wait for it to dry. And then he would put version one away and then bring out a dried version two. So this is kind of like Art Attack. But for hemming, um, any sort of pins, clips to hold this in place are good. Um, and then you need a needle. I'm using a wide-eyed embroidery needle here, and then and then some thread. This is button and craft thread, as you can see here, and it matches the color of the monk's cloth. It doesn't have to. Sometimes, if you want like a really decorative look, you can use like a contrasting color or whatnot. But Art Attack featuring punch needle. That's funny. But button and craft thread is good because it's really, really strong. Like it's literally not breaking at all, which is really good. You want that durability. You can also use strings of monk's cloth, so any of like the loose strings that fall off of your monk's cloth if they're long enough. But the ones for this piece are definitely not long enough, so we are using button and craft thread. So let me cut some out here. I won't hem the whole piece. I'm just going to show you a little bit. So I'll just take out a little bit of button and craft thread, so maybe about that much. Put this away. So what I like doing, you can double thread it like this if you want. For me, I think single threading is like totally fine. What I like doing is double knotting the end before I even start. So there we go. And then I thread it through my needle here. And just like how we started punching, you know how we started doing the stem stitch on like a random kind of side on a random space? Same thing with hemming. You want to start at just like a random little part of your punch needle piece. So I'm going to start right here. So I'm going to maybe move this a little bit close up so you can take a look. So what we want to do here is go right into the monk's cloth here, into the stitches, and then come up super close to the edge of the hem here. So like that. And you'll end up with your little knot end here. You can cut that off at the end, but now we can start hemming. So we're going to do a little whip stitch. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back down parallel to where we started and then come up about maybe half an inch or so to the left, right at the edge of the hem here. So we do that, and as you can see, we end up with a hem stitch right there. I mean, you can't probably can't see it because it's like the thread matches the monk's cloth exactly. And now you repeat the same thing. Go parallel, and then go right beside. Parallel, then right beside. If the pins are getting in the way, you can take them out at this point, like I'm doing right now. Don't be afraid to dig into the monk's cloth and into the stitches. They're not going to come out. So now we've gotten to a corner. I'm going to show you how to sew up the corners. So I'm going to take this pin out. We're going to do one more whip stitch here again. Right into the corner here, okay? So now to sew up the corner, we're going to do something called a ladder stitch. So we've got our little stitch here. What we're going to do is take the corner on the other side and we're going to, here, I'm going to show this to you. We're going to go right through there and across like that. So we kind of go parallel, back and forth. So we're going to do that across and then beside. Across and then beside. And we're going to do this all the way until we reach the top. So now that we have our ladder stitch here, all we need to do is pull on the thread, and look at that. Look at that, folks. Clean stitch, you don't even see the stitches, and it sews up the corner together. So we can do maybe one more here. Maybe one more. Okay, so now we have a completed ladder stitch, as you can see. Mine isn't perfect right now. Um, it's kind of wonky, but you get what I mean. And so now that we have our ladder stitch, we want to start again on the next side of our piece. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the hole, that little hole here that was like separating our two sides. We're going to go in, then we're going to pop out right at the edge here of this side, like so. And we're going to start again with our web stitch. So parallel, and then to the side. Parallel, to the side. And so now, if you want to finish, like you're done, you've done every single side, everything is hemmed, you can either knot your yarn, make a double knot here on right onto the monk's cloth here. It won't be visible. Um, hold on, I'm blanking out a little bit. Let me get a drink of water. Thanks so much for coming. Enjoy your dinner. But yeah, if you want to finish, you can either do a double knot right here onto your hem, or you can do a method that I'll show you right now. So you can go under to parallel, just like you did before, and then come up exactly where you came up, just like that. And then you can do that a couple of times. Like so. And then you can end off by just inserting your yarn into your hem and then just inserting your thread into your hem and then just letting it go like that, and then just snipping it off, just like that. Nice and simple. So yeah, that's how you hem, and your finished piece will look like this. Pretty nice. As you can see, snipping and poking and everything makes a huge difference. The piece looks completely different. And yeah, so that was the punch along. Shall we start on the giveaway? Thanks, guys. I'm glad everyone likes it. I'm glad everyone likes the piece. But yeah, how about we get into the giveaway? Let me explain the rules, and then I'll explain how you can enter. Okay? So the rules are pretty simple. Let me pull them up for a second. So this giveaway is open worldwide. I'll try my best to make sure that this piece gets to you, or this or actually wait. You guys. Before I do any of the giveaway stuff, I should probably show you what you're getting. So, someone today will be sent this Oxford 10 regular punch needle. Let's take a look at it. So, it comes in this little sleeve with this magnetic case, which is pretty nice. You can use you can keep it in the box. It's very, very nice. Um, the packaging is really pretty. Once you open it, it comes with this nifty little quick start guide to help you get started with a punch needle. It basically talks about the same things I talked about today, how to punch, so the loop heights, just stuff like that. And then there is a QR code to the Oxford Punch Needle Handbook that you can take a look at. And then we've got a stitch gauge. So this is the paper stitch gauge that we've got going on. Um, it has the ruler just like, it looks just like the wooden stitch gauge, but it's just made out of paper. It has the ruler on the side, and it gives you the stitch spacing for rug yarn as well as like a worsted and fine yarn. So we have that. And then you've got the Oxford punch needle. So this is how it looks. Um, it's pretty nice. Unlike version 1.0, this newer version has the size here electroplated onto the metal. It's a 10 regular, as you can see here. Um, it doesn't affect the punching quality at all. It punches super smoothly, so don't worry about that if that's something you're concerned about. But yeah, so this is what you're gonna get. So I'll put it back in here. Oh, maybe, I think it went like that. Yeah, and then put this back in. And then, oops, and then this sleeve right here. So someone today is gonna walk away with this punch needle. So now let me explain the rules. I was going way ahead of track. So this giveaway is open worldwide. I'm gonna make my best attempt to deliver it without any hassle to you. So hopefully, like, I'm gonna mark it as a gift and everything because it is a gift as a thank you for everyone who's supported um, my work. So I'll do my best to do that. But if you get anything like tariffs or duties or import fees, like that's your responsibility. I can't, like, I'll do my best to um, take care of that from my end, but I can't guarantee everything. So if you enter this giveaway, like, you know that you've accepted that, you're cool with it, okay? So let me get started with this. So in order to enter the giveaway, what you're gonna want to do is you have to type in exclamation point punch into the chat box. So if you're interested in participating, you type in exclamation point punch. And from that, I'll be able to select a random winner. So I'm gonna, maybe I won't sit in silence. Maybe I'll add some background music like do 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 I did that without my voice cracking. That's my biggest accomplishment of this stream today. Thank you so much. So yeah, if you're still interested in the giveaway, type exclamation point punch into the chat. I'll leave it. I'll wait until 2:47 p.m. So we have like 1 more minute. So I'll wait until then for any stragglers who still want to enter. In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll talk about some of my plans for my future videos. So I do have like a bunch of stuff coming up. Um, if you watched my book review on Punch Needle Fashion, I did put out a little poll um, asking which of the projects that I should try out. So I'm definitely gonna do one of those. And then after that, I have a big, 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 huge historical related project involved that involves patterns that I'm gonna put up on my shop. So there is that as well. Um, but yeah, other than that, just the usual. Okay, so it's 2:47. I'm gonna close the giveaway, and I'm literally gonna randomly select a person through this software. Choose a winner. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You've been talking this entire time, but I can't read Japanese, but you won the giveaway. Congratulations. Yay! I wish I could put celebration music, but I'm scared that it's gonna be wonky again. Yay! Oh, oh, Susie, we already, Tarachi-san, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, Susie Q. We already, you already did the giveaway. I already selected the person. I'm so sorry. Um, if you didn't win, don't worry. There will be more giveaways, bigger giveaways in the future. Hopefully I have, hopefully I keep growing. Hopefully I have a big enough subscriber base to make this happen. So, that's the plan. So um, don't fret if you didn't win this time. There will be more giveaways in the future, so stay tuned. But Tarachi-san, please send me an email at my email address in the description of this video, and we'll relay further instructions together. So, yay! Congrats! This will be in your mailbox sometime soon. So, yeah. Other than that, this is the end of the stream. Thank you all so much for coming up and coming to the stream and staying for this long. This is a really long time. I did not expect to be here for this long, for 5 hours, but we are here. We did it. We made the pattern um, through a mysterious art attack kind of way. We do have a finished pattern here, so yay us. Um, Hopefully more live streams soon. Um, I'm My plan is to use the YouTube live streams as more kind of like technical, just like punching stuff in silence. But then I also stream sometimes on Twitch, same username, Vrinda Gold. Um, but there I kind of do more fun stuff. Um, I tell more jokes, more stories, and stuff like that. So that's my plan. So if you want to follow me there, you can. It's free. You don't have to do anything. But if not, I'm here on YouTube. Um, if you want to catch me on social media, I'm on Instagram, kind of, not really. I'm not a big fan of Meta these days, so I mostly just use it to like people's things and then do just like event posting. I won't really post much on there. Um, I'm also on Blue Sky, same username, and I do make like a lot of like I kind of show my work there. And I'm trying to get back into TikTok, same username. So if you want to follow me there, you can. But other than that, this is the end of this video, the end of this live stream. Thank you so much. My voice is so sore right now, and I haven't eaten yet, so I'm gonna eat right now. Um, I'll do a couple more live streams sometime in the future, at least on YouTube. Stay tuned. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm gonna I'm gonna peace out. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed. I hope this was fun. More punch-alongs to come in the future. This is me waving at the camera without showing my face. Goodbye. Thank you.